Okay, we are live. Hey, plus R. Hello. Uh, I think 7TV broke. No, it's not. It's not broke. All right. Why is everyone advertising File Pilot all of a sudden? You know why? It's because there is some new VC startup who raised like $8 million to develop AI file manager. That's why. That's why everyone are being on file palette train, just to tell people that you don't need to log in into your file manager and send all of your files into some AI cloud company just to search some files in your computer. And then Microsoft, oh, we are gonna implement like preloading of your file to speed up file manager in Windows 11. What the fuck? That's why everyone advertising file pilot. So yeah, because the situation is so dire. So yeah, yeah. It is, yes, it is proprietary. So what? I mean, like you gotta get paid for your job because it's just like a solo dev, trying to get some bread on the table, right? I mean, it is free. It is actually free now because it is in beta still, because it lacks some features. But those features that it implements them quite well. I actually accidentally ratioed Dave Plummer, the task manager guy, while like quote tweeting him about file pilot. Third party with my files, at least with Windows. I mean, yeah, as you said, you literally do. But you use JAI. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Checkmate atheist. I'm also working for like AI heavy company, right? So who am I? I'm looking to get some music into my ears, but maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Also, what the so I was recording some video, some like demo of some like API usage. That's why my uh, font is so big. It's 19. Holy shit. Yeah, let's put it back to maybe, I think it was 16. Ooh, I'm pretty sure it was 16. Kind of like this. Yeah, let me know if the font is too small. I'm just memeing. I know. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I wasn't streaming because I was too busy. Just literally too busy with work and life, and then too tired to stream during the night. So today we are a little bit more relaxed, so I can eat up a little bit, work a little bit, all that good stuff. Uh, yeah. Łukasz dropped a podcast with Martins from Epic Games, so I am kind of eager to watch that as well. Fat Boomer Slavoy. I actually have no idea who it is. Right, so where did I even stop? So, last stream that we did, it was like 4 or 5 days ago. I was just kind of remembering how I loaded OpenGL in my program And I've kind of outlined a little bit of an API how to do quote unquote properly. Yeah, I also commented a bunch of stuff that only exists here as a simp compatibility layer. So all of this is more or less copy paste from Java OpenGL module. Slavoj Žižek. Ah, okay. Okay, I've heard the name, but I have no idea who it is still. And then I've actually read a little bit about it off stream, and I think all of these needs to be configurable. Which I guess makes sense. Also, this attempted MSAA, this is also passed on by simp. Yeah, so a lot of this is kind of dictated by the way simp wants to load stuff. And I want it to be the API I want, and then simp will have a small like compatibility layer, kind of like this. So I want to structure in a way that is, I guess, similar to GLFW, because in the way you do it in GLFW is, let me show you. I actually have GLFW open here because I was reading the code from it. Wait, did I close it? Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid and I literally closed GLFW. Oh no, it's here. Yeah. Where is it? Here. So I actually kind of like the way GLFW does it. Let me get back. This is... No, where's like normal code? Bruh. GLFW, documentation. Well, I guess we can look at this too. So you kind of call init, which initializes some of the stuff about window in library. Then you call create window, and one of these parameters in create window is actually what graphics API you want to use. I think it's this one. It would just say I want OpenGL. And what this does is it prompts GLFW to internally create your OpenGL context. And then, in case of GLFW, it kind of holds this created context under the hood. And then you get back a window, and you actually can just call context current with the window. So this will bind the window and the context. And then you just call OpenGL functions. I think these ones are for some old context, and if we... Yeah, this is a slightly more advanced example. So what this actually does, it showcases how you set some hints. So before you create a window, I actually don't know why this null and null. Oh, you know, I want OpenGL was in SDL, not in GLFW. So I actually don't know what these are. We might... I think we can even like check GLFW locally and inspect its code in Emacs instead of just going to GitHub over and over again, because it kind of gets old. But yeah, anyway, the point being is that you can set some hints for GLFW with a minor and major version of OpenGL you want. And, you know, I want a core profile, right? And then when you create a window, you will get the context that is as close to this as possible. Yeah, and again, this gets you window, and internally GLFW will create a context that you can later bind. And then you can also use GLFW get proc address. which GLFW will set to a platform version. In our case on Linux, it will be either EGL or GLX, depending on which API we choose. And I think this is kind of okay way to do it. At least to me, it makes a lot of sense. It seems like it's kind of very small API surface to do it. It's still kind of annoying that you need to do this explicitly, but this makes sense because in OpenGL, a context, when you bind context to a window, they're also both get attached to the thread you called it on. So no libraries usually do it for you, because this will kind of force you to use the same thread when you create a window, which is, you know, which I think only would make sense on Windows. Hey Boozer, hello. So it makes sense why this library expose make context current, so the application itself calls it. Yeah. So after looking at SDL and GLFW, I kind of like this. And in my case, I have a windowing library. I have simp, which uses windowing library as a backend. And I also have OpenGL module. So, and I need to tie them together. So far, it's from Knights of the Old Republic, Boozer. Yeah, it is OST from Knights of the Old Republic. Hey Nimbus, hey Pierre, hello. Yeah, here's no scary music anymore. Let me drop the playlist in the chat since it gets so much attention. There you go. Yeah. So I have 3 different libraries going together here. It's okay. Hey Tool, what's up? So we have OpenGL module, which provides a loader functionality, and it also provides context creation functionality. Then I have a windowing library, so my JDL, quote unquote, I need to change the name. And also we have simp that uses OpenGL, that uses my windowing library as a backend. But I think OpenGL shouldn't use windowing library. It should probably just use OpenGL, which I think it's not really possible because yeah, okay. So I think I will have a windowing library. Windowing library will use OpenGL loader under the hood, and simp will use also my windowing library, my platform library. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. At least for now, it kind of my nose is itching. I don't know why. At least for now, it seems like a path of the least resistance. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, well. So what are we going to? So this will also be a kind of simp compat or something like that. Yeah, okay. So this gets called by simp. This gets called by simp. Actually, it gets called from Android branch. That doesn't make sense. Why is it called by Android? I renamed it. Yeah, yes, I renamed it, and it used to be called just GL create context. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Yeah, it used to call GL create context. Yes. So I renamed. I just haven't renamed the part from simp. Mm, yep. Hmm. We'll have to. I also need to think about how simp would pass platform windows into the function. So for now, it has a window handle, and this window is a. Hey Phoenix, hello. This window is kind of a like a window type handle, right? So if I so it's this. There's a module that's literally called window type. Yeah, there you go. And all this module does is it does, in object-oriented terms, inversion of control. Where it provides a window type that different backends can bind in the way they want. So yeah, in our case, it's JDL window type, which is just a union struct. Huh. Actually, you know what? I think I kind of understand what I want. So you see how here I'm like, oh, if OS equals Linux, then I extract XCB info from the window. And I think all of this has to happen inside of my platform layer. So I think what has to happen in simp would just do if OS, it at the end it's not gonna be Linux Windows, but for now it is like it is. So it will just do something like my platform dot create OpenGL context, and it will just pass a current window. Or maybe just straight up call it. No, it would provide a config here. Config which would say what exact parameters it wants. So for example, here it provides minimum, maximum versions, and if it wants MSAA. Yeah. Yeah, I actually like this. And so here, and simp here, it won't even know which like platform layer my window and library decided to use. All it knows is that I load you OpenGL function pointers that you're gonna use. The only thing is that, what do you want here? How do you use them? And doesn't even use those. So specific.egl display doesn't even use those. I think it only sets them, but it never uses them. Right? So you look at this. Info.specific. Right? So if I look for that specific, it just sets a bunch of specific stuff here. But the only part where it uses those is when it calls make current to bind window to the thread, to the context and to the thread. Also here, what it does is Ah, yeah, I see. This is just some safety net. Yeah, yeah. Find window info. If not info, blah, blah, log error. Otherwise, it does this. Yeah. So in my case here, it's not gonna call it on EGL display. It will call swap buffers from my platform layer. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So, okay, okay. In my mind, I know how to do it. So let's actually try to work it from the simp side, because I think this is gonna make it easier. Well, I also need to import my own OpenGL module here. I think I already actually do it. Uh, where do I import OpenGL? Do I not import it here? Hey Raken, did I say hi to you? I think I did, but if I haven't, yeah, hello. It's going well. What allocation strategy would you use in Jai if you were allocating nodes for a tree, some of which you might determine later on you don't actually need? Nodes for a tree, some of which you might determine later on you don't actually need. Like say you allocate a node for type A, but later find it should actually be of type B. Or you realize you need that node, so you can't get rid of it. I guess you meant to say don't need, yeah, don't need that node, so might get rid of it. Makes sense, Reiki. Yeah, that's the spirit. Well, yeah, hello. I think so. To answer your question, Buzzer, at least naively, right? Because I don't know actual case. I think the way you probably want to do it is you want to still allocate nodes contiguously. So I would probably just like, at least how I would start. I just allocate a chunk of space, right, a chunk of memory with an amount of nodes that you can put in there. And if nodes are homogeneous, right, so nodes are of different type A or type B, but internally those nodes are probably have some kind of subtype. So you could maybe unionize them, make them as a union, if it makes sense. If if it makes sense in terms of size, right? If they're like close to each other in size, you can make them a union and just have like a node size to be a unionized key convert, exactly. Right, so and you will just store them contiguously, and even if some like node you decide you want to change the type, then you just can do it by flipping the kind of union flag, right? Which makes it kind of truly free. But if you decide that you don't need the node, then you maybe need to have some well, it depends if you need like concurrent access, if moving memory around is bad. It's like it really depends on the case. Maybe because maybe uh, like ECS do this shit, I think, right? They just have a metadata on top with generational index, and you can just mark like a node as empty, or how it's called a tombstone in hash tables. So you can mark shit as empty or as dead, and then some other node can reuse the space, kind of like that. Maybe that's something you can use as a start, and then it's like again, it super depends on how homogeneous or how like different types of nodes are. Because for example, maybe if type A and type B they don't have like a lot of common, then you maybe allocate a chunk of memory to store A nodes, chunk of memory to store B nodes, and then if you decide that the node must be a different size, then you point it to memory from the B nodes. But maybe you say that okay, I don't need the node at all, then you can maybe mark that B node as empty again. right? It's kind of like when I was creating my multi-threaded logging. I started with modifying string builder, and instead of string builder storing like chunks of a single string, I made it so that it stores substrings, and I had a flag on the side that would tell me if substring is free to use or not. It's kind of the same idea. In my case, it was stupid because all strings were different size, right? So I would have to sequentially look and see like which of them is free. Without any like additional metadata. So I decided to do a completely different way at the end, which was much better. I don't know if it answers your question, by the way. I know it's not a definite answer. All nodes are the same struct. The type is just a tag. Yeah, yeah. With orphan nodes, yeah, I think the simplest thing, well, the simplest possible like idiotic string thing you can do is if you don't need them to be in order in the underlying memory, you can just do array unordered remove. So what it does is it removes the node that you don't need and it replaces it with the last node, and then it subtracts the counter. This makes memory slightly move in memory, but if you're okay with that, then you can use it, assuming all of your nodes are allocated in an array under the hood. Are you doing OpenGL extensions too? Hey, Emil Nordgaard? Yes, I do. Yes, they are annoying. Yes, yes, we are doing those too. Herb Starter have slides with Primogen on his CppCon talk. So I know who the Primogen is. I know what CPP talk is. I know what KEK is. And I know what slides are. I don't know who Herb Sutter is. I guess it's some presenter on CPP Talk who used a screenshot of Primogen, prominent C++ expert, author of several books on C++ and was a columnist for Dr. Dobbs' journal. Yeah, this is some C++ lore that I don't know because I never was a C++ programmer. Yeah, so sorry. So what we have here is, well, first, we will not do any of this window info platform specific. Yeah, so we're not gonna do any of this. It's just gonna be empty here. Just straight up empty. Then this should then on Linux, what's that? Cat dimensions. Yeah, not here. What do we have that's specific? After that, we do all of this, and instead of doing this, we'll just do, this is create context. So it's gonna be something like create GL context. And what do you send here? Minimum major, yeah, minimum GL major version. So you just do this. Just kind of do this. Wanted MSAA. Like this. And maybe I need to provide some kind of a struct here. So the entry struct might be something you do, and then all of this just kind of goes away. Yes. And I guess create OpenGL context might also accept what does it accept? I mean, you know what? Maybe we don't even need to do that. No, we do need, because so this will use OpenGL, so it needs to. Yeah. Yeah. So because in GLFW, OpenGL context actually gets created implicitly when you create a window. I think in our platform layer, we probably want to do both. We maybe want to create window, get a flag with OpenGL parameters, or we can do this too. We can actually do this. Hey, New World Dandy, yeah, C++ lore. Yeah, I'm completely familiar. All Russians learn C++ in school? No. I had a little bit of C, like Borland C++ in university, with no lore. Hey, Georgy Chipunov, hello, haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I know all the Soviet accepts. When I see PP, oh fuck. What's the current project? Oh yeah, you can actually exclamation mark Hitboxer, but today I'm working on properly creating OpenGL contexts on Linux. In a way that's kind of, well, it's cross-platform, but for now it only supports 2 different Linux platforms. Yeah. So yeah, in my case, for now it's only OpenGL. I'll never get over the fact that Unity's engine's C++ transpiler thing called IL2 CPP. Nice. That's some insane lore. So, and I guess here we can maybe pass a window. And it probably has to accept a window, so info that window, I think. Yeah. And then what's this? Do first time init. Yeah, so this crap will be JDL make current. And so in GLFW, it actually accepts the window. Yeah. And we're gonna have the same thing, so it's just gonna accept the window, and internally we would know what platform it got initialized with. NES OpenGL, yeah, this is macOS and Android stuff. So yeah, here we would have something. This maybe, yeah, it's fine. So GL OpenGL make current, and it's gonna have like info that window. That's it. Like that's literally it. Yeah, yeah. And let's go to this module. So here we have our own module, and we have like base window. And I guess this part will probably have some tie into OpenGL context. It seems like. Hey Ahmed, hello. Just look at GLW triangle example. Yeah, I kind of So I kind of have GLFW opened on the side, and so I haven't streamed for days. And I actually off stream I looked at multiple platform libraries, and I like how simple GLFW API is. The only kind of difference is that my library is both like window in one, and it also, and I also have a separate OpenGL like bindings generator and loader, so I have my own GLAD for Jai. And so we will like integrate them together. If that makes sense. Yeah. And so it's actually kind of interesting how so if you want to see WGL create context, and it's, yeah, it is, so this is a third-party OpenGL module. This is one that ships with Jai. If you look at it, the way it works is it actually has GL.jai that literally imports a bunch of platform stuff here. And it would do what it would do. So it would go through all of the bootstrap stuff to create OpenGL context here, and then it will return the stuff to you. Yeah. And the thing is that by this time you already have window created and shown on the screen. And so this is kind of like an artifact of simp, I guess. Well, of the way how Jai modules are structured, so that when you... no, this is the wrong one. Let me... Yeah, so when you launch the program, if you looked at it, you could see how window appeared with like couple black frames. Right, so here. Oh. Is it visible on the stream? How when I launch the program, it flashes black first before it draws anything on the screen. And this happens because you first show the window and then you create OpenGL context and then you bind it to the window. When what you maybe want to do, not necessarily, maybe you don't care, maybe you prefer to open the window as fast as you can, but what you can do is that you can first... You don't see it? Yeah, okay, maybe it's not, maybe 60 FPS streaming is not enough to flash it properly. But yeah, here. This happens because we first show the window and then we create OpenGL context using this window and then we bind them. Kind of like that. And modern libraries, they prefer to hide this process. You would, create a window, and window creation will, under the hood, it would create a fake window, create a context, then return you the context. And then you can make the context current, and then you can manually call show window. It's not what happens here. Maybe because in games you don't usually care, right? In games it's fine if it launches like a black full screen and then stuff starts loading in the background. But in desktop development, you usually maybe you want to like wait a little bit before you show the window. But I don't know, I haven't really bothered with fixing that yet. And I honestly, just to be completely brutally honest, I don't know if I will. But I still want to provide an API. I want to make it possible to do it at least, if other people care. You can provide hidden to Win22. Yeah, you actually can. But the thing is that in modern versions of Windows, or maybe, I don't know why, but sometimes even when you create a hidden window, it will still flash for a brief second. Like the window will briefly map and then unmap it. So you will still sometimes see it. It's either some bug, it's not even a bug in some Winter2 API, it's some like compatibility layer with fucking Windows 95 or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, sometimes you would still see like a flashing window. Hey, sign finger, hello. It's possible to make static executable in Jai when not linking with the library in C. It is possible. I actually have an example on GitHub for Linux at least. When I replace glibc with muzzle and statically link against it in Jai, and you get like static executable. So it is possible. It's not provided out of the box. You need to do a little bit of work to make it work, but I kind of did all the work you need, so you can just statically compile against muzzle. But Jai doesn't implement syscalls itself. It kind of relies on libc to do syscalls. So you still need muzzle in the so you still need muzzle or any kind of libc to do it. What else do you have in the chat? Can you create a separate temporary storage from the default one in Jai? Yes, you can. You can create any amount of temp storages you actually want. The temp allocator temp storage infrastructure in Jai is fully user space. So yeah, you can do it. Yes, there are ways to make flashing disappear on Windows. For example, you can create a message window. So a window that's only for passing messages, and it should work on all kind of modern drivers. I think it's Windows 10 plus only, I think, but it would work. It should work. Uh, Other than the body directive, could you use run? There's no body directive. Could you use run directive to run some code inside the function or struct block that generates some code and use the insert directive to insert it? Or is it, yes, you can. You can. Because for me, these are three ways to do the same thing, and I'm trying. Um, so there are three things, right? So there is run, there is insert, and that's it. And there's also, macro, expand, right? So I guess, and you can also do both run and insert inside of macro. So macro is something that gets expanded where you call it. Run is just like run any code at compile time. So run doesn't have to insert anything, right? Run can in return stuff. So you can, for example, do a and run int and here like return 5. Right, so here you would run some code at compile time, which will resolve in an integer that will get assigned to a value at compile time. Body directive that lets you generate the code and there's no. Yeah, there was body text. There was, but yeah, it got removed a long time ago. Yes, so now when you want to insert something, you literally use insert and you can insert and return code. And here you just, you do something like a code like node, right? And then like return compiler get code. And here you like construct the code. And this code will get returned and it gets inserted here. That's how it's done. You can also return string and literally like return, A5, right? Or yeah. So this is how we do it now. So if I want to do parameter type checking, I can do it inside the macro and have that macro run inside the function. Yes, yes. So the way you would do it, let me remove all this crap. Yeah, the way you would do it is you have the macro. Actually, let me just demonstrate it. Here. So I have our return macro here, it's expand. And inside it has run that returns a string. And it takes this code. So this is, yeah, how many like color code returns. This is an actual code. And this is a procedure header that called us. And it just kind of inspects it. It parses it, gets the header, gets a bunch of stuff. It just does a regular programming on code nodes. At some point, it constructs like a string, and then this string gets returned. And then this string gets actually inserted. So, and if you see how it's called, you have actual or return that will call this inner, and then it will insert the result of this or inner return into the scope of the caller's code, the code that called us. Yeah. So that's how it works. So it's kind of like a directive, and inside you do like a regular programming, because all of the code nodes, they are exposed as structs, and you can just do regular code on these structs. So you just kind of write a regular JI to shape the code as you want, and then you just kind of insert it. And then you can even catch this inserted code in a meta program, in a built meta program, because every code you modify or reinsert, it also gets like parsed, type checked, and you get to see it in the compiler message loop. Jai blows my mind. Yes, it blows my mind as well. Still, I'm using for a couple of years, but still, I sometimes see shit that kind of blows me away. Sounds like SQL injection and self-generating assembly code. Well, if you download and run untrusted code on your computer, yes, you can get hacked. This is not any different from any kind of unsecure code. You know, the new type of scam they do is fake job interview. So they target programmers on LinkedIn, and you get like a message from like a sexy HR girl who is like very excited about your skills, and all you need to do is just like a small test task. So they point you to a GitHub repo with like a blank React project that you need to like do some work on. So you download this React project and you run npm install, and you're fucked. And what this does, it will run JavaScript file that will scan your computer for OpenAI, for Anthropic keys, for like Bitcoin wallets, and for SSH keys. You just lost everything. GG. So this code insertion is not any different from running any untrusted code on your computer. They send me fake bad Amazon unsafe package. Yeah. It actually, if you're a programmer, you get targeted very hard these days. I got like maybe three these like scam job interview proposals already, so nobody's safe. What would you think of the syntax for template parameters? What's that? All the other operators for different things, and I don't like the overlapping use of operators. I see you like a hash in front of the, yeah, I see template. I don't know. Fucking auto it. Nice. Yeah. I mean, I personally, I don't mind contextual syntax, right? So when, for example, a dollar means different things in different places, I don't mind that at all. Yeah. Anyway, So what would, yeah, I tried to extract a bunch of simp stuff. Yeah, here. So I wanted to extract this. And first of the thing we will do is create OpenGL context. And I think what we will have here is, so here's JDL, right? It has a module, and it will probably also have like a separate um yeah, it will have like a separate OpenGL here, I guess. And it will have create context. And it will also have make current. Yeah. Something like this. Something like this. And I think what we'll have here is maybe module parameters. Oh, this is actually also, I'm pretty sure, I am pretty sure this is also some kind of sim compatibility, this module parameter. But yeah. I'll have a want OpenGL module here. And so if you have, so imagine this. By the way, is it even used? I think it's not even used. Yeah, it's not even fucking used. Well, huh? I think it's not even used. But let me just remove it and see what's gonna happen. Yeah. So, and if you want OpenGL, what's gonna happen? If want OpenGL, you literally load. You literally do this, like easy clap. And if you don't want OpenGL, you don't load it. Maybe you have your own OpenGL implementation. You know what I mean? Hey, Sir Elfman, hello, hello. And then, so so here's like another dilemma. Do I store OpenGL related stuff on the window struct, or do I do it, or should I do it separately? So for example, here I do create OpenGL context and I pass it a window, and inside mm, so how would I like tie insane? As it's kind of, so you are allowed to use this, cast this to both base window and XCB window. So it's kind of, it lets you to do implicit casting to both of these. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Kind of like that. Yeah, so I already kind of have a platform specific thing here on the base. This is the base display. And this is the base window. So dilemma is alias. Um, this language also has like aliases, kind of. Well, you can do just, type 1, type 2, right? You can just do this, regular type aliases. And you can also do like type distinct, distinct. You can also do this, right? So A, B, something like that. In a struct, yeah, in a struct you have to use as. So this is like a struct name. This is a struct member name. Pointing to the, not sure what, no, I'm not sure what you mean. Pointing to the same variable. So you can have like a struct where you have like A1, and then you can have like do place A and then B, right? Like int and then B, I don't know, like float. You can do this. You can use place, and then B and A will occupy the same exact place in the memory. In memory. So you can do this. What do you have here? Again, do I... this probably can get removed. Doesn't need to mention get wrecked. These are kind of universal. Do I put OpenGL stuff here? So I can do, if OpenGL, right, I can do like, GL context and blah, blah, blah. I can do this. And like create like context. And this is gonna be like a procedure pointer that will get set on a platform specific way. If you have vector 3, you can access X, Y, Z, or RGB, and it will be the same thing. Yes, you can do that. You use place for that. Yeah, so here, look at this. If you have vector 4, you have X, Y, Z, W, and then you place X, Y on Y, and you have X, Y vector 2 that will give you these two. Then you have Y, Z that will give you these two. Then you have Z, W that will give you this one, vector 2. You actually have vector 3. So this essentially gives you kind of swizzling, right? And nothing stops you from doing, place X and do like R, float. You can do this. So yeah, this is used for Switzerland. On it can be like an alternative to Union, but for JDL thing for this, I use Union for platform dependent stuff because it just kind of rolled in the API easier. I try to use different struct. I think I tried to use place for it, if I recall correctly, but I hit some. It worked, but the API like calling stuff was kind of clunky, and so I decided to use Union the same way as Ilionte did in Focus, and Union kind of it's still a lot of dots, so you can see how in all sort of functions I have to do, well, not here, but maybe, yeah, it's still like I need to call stuff on the kind of main display, and then inside like inside, where is it? OS clipboard, is it here? Yeah, inside I have to wait. Where's the actual implementation? Yeah, Yeah, so inside I get display, and then I kind of, you see, I just cast it from so this is the union, and I cast it to this one, and it's kind of works better than, for example, if I did, so if this was a struct like a vector, I would have to do like display dot xcb, something like this, and I don't know, it kind of just work better. But also, this is not kind of also too good because it really assumes Linux. Because, for example, you can imagine as, you know, Win32, you're gonna be like Windows something, right? Like that. And does it mean that all code bases now have to import both Linux and Windows modules? No, it's kind of shit. So what I will have to do is I will have to do I will have to actually extract or refactor those further. Yeah, yeah, I see what you mean, right? You can sort of do the same thing, but yeah, I see what you mean. I see. Yeah, I don't think you can like alias to types and then alias individual fields from the alias type. I don't think you can. Uh, right. So this will need to be uh, abstracted further. Maybe even if OS, equals. Maybe even this. So I might redo unions. And a good thing about it is that I actually can do it without breaking any API, because my public facing API, uh, is literally just this. I just say get dimensions for window, and window is of type window. So I can change my internal implementation in any way I want. But look at this: window dot base dot display dot base dot get them. So this is what I kind of have to do to unwrap all this shit. Yeah. Good design. Yeah. Hey, noon mail. Noon mail. I'm gonna call you male elf. Now you're male elf. Seems someone has been burned a lot by not abstracting. I see, 99. Okay. No, too bad. Now you're male elf. And in my head, you're like um, one of those like Gigachad elves from Lord of the Rings. From Lord of the Rings. Yeah. So yeah, in my case, I have a very simple API. So users just use this. I don't exactly like having like a right-handed boolean here. This is kind of bullshit. But as far as I remember, this is also kind of yeah, this is kind of simp compat as well. Like this entire module is it is it is dictated by what Jai provides already. Same here, yeah, it has to use input module to do resize record. This is kind of gives it away. And also you can see it use HWND, so Windows terminology, which is like yeah. Handle for this is a window handle, right? And who uses it? Yeah, so input module does it. Actually, yeah, here XB window does use it. Yeah, in WinAPI everything's a handle. Yeah, it's kind of like opaque something, just like an integer. You don't know what it is, right? Yeah, so this API, it's kind of, yeah. I guess the point is that it does look clunky, but it is what it is. And also now it's kind of hardwired to do Windows. Yeah, my module will be the documentation. Jai already has LSP. And I think if I recall correctly, it does parsing on its own. So Patrick, the guy who maintains Jai LSP, he actually wrote like a Jai parser that parses the files. And also on top of that, it runs a meta program that scrapes the types from the messages, so it should be in theory aware of macros. Yeah. So maybe let's keep it away for now. Let's keep it as isolated, the OpenGL stuff. So just do this, create OpenGL context, OpenGL make current. OpenGL create context, make current, and inside here, what it's gonna do is it's gonna literally execute this. Yeah. And this OpenGL module, it has to import OpenGL. Is this what we have? Yeah, this OpenGL. This is our OpenGL. Actually, I've changed its name. Now it's kind of something like this, Gly. But for now, I'm gonna call it OpenGL here. I'm gonna rename it later off stream. It's like whatever, nobody cares. Let me also copy make current. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. And we can return success and what does it accept again? Just window. I guess window like this. I don't know if I should accept it as a pointer. I know, we'll see, we'll see. Same here. Window, yes. Anything else I need to do? Yeah, I need to accept these parameters. And I think this will probably be a struct. So in GLFW terminology, these are called hints here. Window hints, blah, blah, blah. And you kind of set these. Yeah. Jai is still in closed beta. Jai should be like file pilot, open beta for users, close for code. I mean, the issue with having a programming language in open beta is that you will get a lot of fucking feedback that you will not be able to cope with. And it is critical, especially now when Thekla is, you know, kind of balls deep into the game development. It's kind of, I think at this point, it's all hands on deck for Thekla. And so, yeah, it's just too much traffic that they will not be able to cope with. Yeah. So create platform, create context, and maybe it's config. I don't know, something like this. Something like this, maybe? You're missing valuable feedback from wider base of users. I mean, that's what open beta is for, right? So I guess I think the plan is still to have open beta after a while. You also, you know what? So there's two sides to the coin, right? So John went for, you know, you kind of accept people who do hardcore shit into Jai beta because they would have difficult projects which will really stress the compiler. And it is actually true that, you know, you have people with very big projects in Jai. If we talk about public projects, then I mean projects that are developed kind of in public. You have Fat Goblins, which is a full-blown ass fucking 3D game that is very deep into development. That recently closed a very successful Kickstarter campaign. There's also Arc VCS, and I'm pretty sure both of them submitted a lot of very like difficult as in, you know, problems that only appear on like a grand scale of things. But on the other hand, at some point, these big projects, they also enter its own kind of tight development cycle. And what ends up happening is that, for example, you have to work on your big project, you hit some issue with Jai, and you know, you just don't have time to report it, right? And so you just work around it because you have to keep the ball moving, and you keep like postponing reporting the issue. You know what I mean? Or even a different thing. For example, I think Nuno does it. So the Arc VCS dev, he just doesn't update Jai unless it's like something that he really needs. So he ends up using like a year-old compiler. I'm exaggerating a bit, but just to put the point across, he just ends up not updating and using the beta that kind of works for him. So there are two sides of this coin. How most of them will annoy the shit out. Yeah. It's like, oh, add like dot access, or people will complain about syntax and other kind of superficial thing. Jai hand implements dynamic dispatch all over the place. There's a genuine need for this is made apparent by modules. Wait, what do you mean dynamic dispatch all over the place? I'm not like... I might not think about the same thing you're thinking about. So what do we have in GL config right now? Allocator have function pointer and an instance void pointer, and you pass it to the function pointer. You have a function pointer and an instance void pointer. Oh, you mean like a data? Like a data that is void, you pass it to allocator to ask, is this yours? Yeah, there you go. This is the one. You mean this one? But no, it's not the same thing though. But like the allocator case is kind of special because allocator, it literally works on a raw data range. So if you have the kind of default allocator case, so here allocator data, and then you usually use it, so yeah, you kind of use it as a heap. I don't know if it would make sense, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like explicit. In this case, I like this explicitness because I don't have to learn like language convention for how it like casts pointers. Jai already has it. You know, I already have to know that, oh, U8 slices can be implicitly cast to strings, and I already have to keep in my head that, okay, there is implicit dereference, but it's like banned in certain cases. And then on top of it, if we would have like dynamic dispatch syntax that, you know, that would also have to be opinionated, you know, like opinionated about how to implement it, right? Because in C++ you have virtual tables that you kind of have to, yeah, this is just how it works. I can't do anything about it, right? You can't implement your own virtual tables and nicely integrate them into the language. Kind of like this. So in this case, okay, like I see what you mean now. I understand what you mean. I like the way. So I kind of like void pointer with you know some like enum of the operation you want on it. But I am also like a grug brained. Yeah. Even though I work with some very fucked like in the brain languages and I know how to deal with their complexity, I don't like it. Right? I did some very cursed shit with Python and JavaScript, but my brain no like it. So what do we do with config? Chat, you're way too entertaining. You're way too entertaining. You're way too engaging. This is bad for Twitch recommending me in the category. This is very good for Twitch recommending me in the category, and as soon as I start like interacting with you, the number of viewers goes up because Twitch, I guess, pushes it up in the category. But at the same time, it means I can't like can't focus on what I want to do. This is why eventually all programmers, streamers need to kind of err on one side or the other, right? On one side, you have like Primagen, who just like 90% of his content is just him interacting with the chat. And you have the other end of the spectrum, which is Soding, who, you know, for whom chat exists in very tiny like window of opportunity where he looks at it. And when you try to like juggle both, you kind of got wicked. Yeah. Some for coding and some for responding, maybe. Yeah, so you need some moderation. I don't like it. I kind of like just turning on the stream and going with the vibes, not gonna lie. I think the project is cool. Well, thank you. Sometimes I do very boring shit though. I think this is inherently quite boring. Because it's not really anything new, it's just OpenGL, and OpenGL is kind of dead, nobody wants it. I just kind of do it because you need to support OpenGL because... Yeah. So major version... platform is... I don't know, something like this. And oh. Bro, what the... I accidentally pressed caps lock. Is it possible in Jai to initially YOLO memory allocation and then find out all the places where memory is being allocated and look? Yes, so you can YOLO it and then turn on memory debugger. And then memory debugger can do visualization. And then you can run like codecs, and then codecs will show you all the memory allocations. Actually, if you watched the latest John talk in LambdaConf, he showcased all of this tooling in a nice way, sort of. The memory debugger, it actually has bugs inside, or I guess edge cases. So you need to be aware of them. For example, it doesn't track temporary locator at all. But as long as you're aware of it, you can actually debug your memory usage. Yes, you can use codecs for any project, yes. It's not tied to Sokoban in any way. I actually had like a 9-hour-long stream where I used memory debugger, codecs, and all the stuff to debug memory usage. Yeah. Yeah, you can do it. If you're interested, tool, what you need to do is... You need to start with memory debugger, yeah, basic memory debugger, and visualize memory debugger. Either of these. I forgot. I forgot which. I think memory debugger, this one. Yeah. Codecs view. So yeah, it. It has so codecs view has examples of how to do it. Codecs write, codecs read, and okay, yeah, because this code is compiled, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, importing, yeah, basic memory debugger. Memory debugger, this is it. So if you import basic with this, memory debugger doesn't work on Android. So yeah, this is it. So it loads debugger. replacement interface. It does all of this. Yeah. I just want to like see how it writes that codecs file. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. So codecs is a metaprogram plugin that you turn in, and yeah, there you go. But yeah, you can use codecs for any project. You can actually I just realized that codecs is slightly orthogonal to memory debugger, because you can because this is like a static view of your shit, and memory debugger, like visualize memory debugger, it actually runs in real time, so you can run your program together with this shit. And I remember that you just kind of have a UI that shows you all of the allocations. I just realized this. Yeah. Yeah. So this thing is slightly kind of different. What was the actual program? What was it called? Is it still Codex? Maybe not. I don't remember. Maybe it's one of the programs in here. Examples. Codex use. So yeah, maybe it's this one. Yeah, maybe it's this one. Ah, yeah. Here, draw live allocations. Yeah, so it is a part of Codex program. Okay. So it is a part of Codex program. All right. So you don't need Codex file for it though. I think you can just literally run it together with your program, and you should be probably fine. Yeah. But yeah, I used all of that like a year ago or so, and it was kind of fine. It was pretty easy to integrate into my program. And platform, what do we have? WGL, right? So non Windows, EGL, JLX, like Glass. What else? It's like Mac. Is it NSGL? Is it how it's called? NSGL, Mac OS. Yeah, NS. Is it CGL? NSGL. Yeah, NSGL. Yeah, it is called NSGL. So like NSGL. Mac OS. Shit. Yeah. let's not call it shit. So this is a platform, also MSAA, we'll leave you 16. Something like this. So this is gonna be windows.xcb. Right. So for now, I'll just hard code this. And then if config.platform, you know, something like if OS equals Linux, right? Let's pretend as if we have something else, you know, else, right? It's kind of, man, everything. And then here, when we do create OpenGL context, which is actually OpenGL, create context, we would pass a window here, and then info wanted MSA. Oh yeah, so this is gonna be like we can do something like this, where major, let's just call it major and minor equals this, minor equals like this, and MSAA equals this. So that's kind of the API. So actually, you know, it indents it like this with dot, because the Jai mode that I'm using in Emacs is based on JavaScript mode, and JavaScript thinks that it's a chained dot access, even though there's a comma here. This is a fun fact. Is Glass a platform on its own? Here, Sian, RCR. Hello. So actually, Glass is kind of a platform on its own. It does use EGL. Yes. I actually don't know if you can use OpenGL. You can use Glass without, but technically, if you go to OpenGL spec, if you go to XML specification, is it ES? Where's ES? Yeah. So you have like here, OpenGL ES spec, blah blah blah. Here you go. So you have like OpenGL ES spec, kind of in a core XML. Blah 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 blah. I have like here GLES version 2.0. It's I think this is the one relevant, or is this 2.1? Oh, this is 3.0 also. Yeah, 3.1. So yeah, this is, there's also 3.2. Fuck. Okay, and then GLSC. So yeah, so Glass technically it's kind of platform of its own. It's independent from EGL. And if you go and see EGL here, EGL registry, I don't think it has anything related to ES here. Does it? Resolve ES? Well, it has OpenGL ES bit. This just kind of tells EGL to initialize that I am gonna be working in glass mode. Yeah. Yeah. And if I were to guess, I think that's it. So maybe yes. Yeah. These are all commented out, so they don't exist. Yeah, OpenGL ES bit API and yeah. What if we open GLX? Does it have anything ES related? Yeah, so look at this. GLX actually also can initialize glass. Look at this. Yeah, OpenGL ES. So you can get OpenGL ES with EGL and you can also do it with GLX. So they both can initialize it. And the GLX does it through an extension, ES profile. Yeah, there you go. Can actually Windows do it, I wonder? Do you have... Oh shit, look at this. Windows can also Windows can also give you like ES profile. Look at that. Interesting. Does glass define a create context type? I'm pretty sure it does not. I'm pretty sure it does not. Okay, I know what you I know why you asked this question now. Like, does it belong here? And the answer is not really. It probably belongs here. Like profile, bit, and here it would have, you know, like glass or not glass. Yeah, I just realized why you asked this in the first place. Yeah, I just got confused because you asked about glass and EGL together, and I like, Yeah. Don't apologize. It's actually kind of my fault. Your question was actually entirely correct and timely placed, because yes, you're right. Glass is not a platform. It's kind of a part of the config. Yeah, which is... And profile beat is probably also something like that, like this, and then... Thank you, syntax highlight. I actually realized there's a syntax error because... So, and this one... client API or something. Client API. Let's actually see how GLW calls it. I have too many windows open. Let me do it like this. And then... Yeah. So I have it like... Sorry for the flashbang. What the fuck? Where is... What? What do you mean? Huh? Oh, shit. Fuck. Yeah, there you go. Sorry. I am a professional user of tiling window managers. I probably like flashbang half of the stream out of existence with it. Let's see window hints. What window hints? Do you have like glass here? ES API, context creation API. Is this the one? So no, this is GLW, EGL. Yeah, this is not quite it. Minor, major. Context debug, OpenGL profile. So core, compat, any. Robustness, release behavior. macOS specific, Wayland X11. So how do you do ES? Glass. So does it not give it to you? File palette does borderless windows correctly, damn. Maybe maybe the dev is a gamer. Oh, there you go. Look at this. So OpenGL ES. Client API version that the created context must be compatible with. These hints are not... Yeah, so it just kind of tells you, but creation fail if OpenGL ES version of the created context is less than requested. Additional OpenGL ES if 2 or later was requested. This is because OpenGL ES is backwards compatible with 2, but 2 is not backwards compatible with 1. But can I specify that I want ES specifically? ES. Oh, there you go. So client API, exactly like you said it. Yeah, client API. Yeah. OpenGL, ES or no? I mean, I don't entirely care about Dark Reader myself, you know, Dandy, because I be honest, when I program during the day, I just use light mode. Sorry. This is my main kind of... This sort of the color scheme I use. Sorry for flashbanging, but yeah, this is kind of the vibe I usually go for. So I don't want to install... I can turn on like Firefox Dark Reader built-in one, but it often screws up the layout for anything that is not just a bunch of text, but yeah. I know, so this is a client API. What does it mean, no API, though? What is this? What the fuck is no API? Ultra contrast with anime background. Yeah, I know. Sorry. You can all unfollow now. Unfollow, unsubscribe, like unhit the notification bell on YouTube. By the way, I recently uploaded a video to YouTube, to my YouTube, that people kind of liked, which was surprising because I spent entire like 10 minutes on recording it. And it's kind of a banger. So some brown internet points. Woo! So it's not gonna be a profile, it's more like client API, right? Which is like I guess none. OpenGL and Glass. How does it call it? ES. So it's like GLES. OpenGL and OpenGLES. Maybe resulting context allows some restricted querying of some metadata about the system or something. Just last ditch fallback. Maybe. Um, some platforms let you do like off-screen frame buffers. Like EGL lets you draw to an off-screen frame buffer, but it still kind of requires you to have one of these. I can say none, and for me it's just gonna be pick a default, which is gonna be this, right? And why I like to do this, by the way, why I like to reserve 0 is even if I don't know to do it, even if I don't need to do it, sorry, I will still know if the user explicitly specified the value or not. And then I can kind of, then if the user did not specify, the user didn't care, I can try OpenGL and then try ES. And for example, if the user specified OpenGL, this is a hard requirement. You know what I mean? So this will mean pick whatever you can. This will mean OpenGL or die with pain. Same shit here, right? The user didn't care. I'll just pick on Linux one of these, whatever works, right? The user literally doesn't care, whatever works. And if I didn't do it, if I didn't put none, then I would kind of have to. Uh, yeah. So I like have non cases in my enums for I guess most. I have no. I like. I mean, sorry. I meant to say I like non variants in my enums for cases like this, when I know that something is uninitialized. This is actually the same exact situation when you have like a bool parameter, do think bool, right? And you have false by default, but then at some point you hit a case where you need to know if user said it or not, like at all. And then you, oh my fucking god, I need to turn all of this into a 3 value. And it's fine to do it in a compiled time language, but when you need to do it in something like Python, it's or JavaScript, it's literally like all bets are off. It's like, oh, you're on your own. Yeah, in Russian we say like "сдохни или умри." It's like die or die, but said in different words. In database, it's also kind of painful because now you need to start allowing you either start having nullable Boolean field, which is kind of dirty, or you need to change it to like an integer and do like a sometimes quite expensive data migrations. Yeah. Thank you for listening to my TED talk uh, about this. Anyway, I think that's what we want for now. Um, I also can specify like minimal major and minimal minor. Also, yeah, wanted MSAA. I'll just call it MSAA, and this is yeah. Не minimal, minimum, yeah, minimum. Yeah. That's what actually mean major. Mean minor, SIA, platform don't care, and client API, I guess, also don't care. So, and for example, if I support Android, then Android call, it can, it can call the same thing, but it can say OpenGL ES or fuck you, because there is no sort of non 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 ES usually on Android devices. Yeah. A file pilot so snappy. Yes, exactly. I have actually multiple file managers installed on my computer. I have Nemo, which is GNOME one, or I think it's Mate or Cinnamon. So I think it's something from like Linux Mint or whatever. And I also have Dolphin, the KDE ones, and it takes like almost a second. It takes like it takes almost a second for Nemo to even start up, and Dolphin is slightly faster. It's like 0.8. Yeah. Actually, so functionality wise, I really like Dolphin. I think it's kind of cool. Sorry, again, sorry for flashbanging you, but yeah. I think it's kind of cool. I like this effects. I don't like that you need to install a bunch of third-party software to make stuff work. So in order to have these icons work, you need like libpng, then like libjpeg. You need to install a lot of stuff to make functionality work. Because all of these file managers, they work on like a plugin basis. So when you install the stuff by default, you just have a very like blank experience, and you need to plug and play game with them. I really don't like it. I would much rather just have a file manager that I install it and I don't like care what it. I don't care about pluggable shit. I just need everything to work. Nemo is the mean fork of, yeah. So my main one is Nemo. Yeah, so I use Nemo. I like Dolphin, but I use Nemo for uh I don't actually remember why why I use Nemo. But yeah, I kind of just use Nemo. I know why. I know why, because I was setting up Wayland portals, and Wayland portals just literally like really preferred Nemo over Dolphin, and I couldn't make it work with Dolphin, so I like, okay, I'm just gonna use Nemo. Fuck you. This is the life of Linux. Linux doesn't have default file manager, obviously. So when you press Control S, what programs usually do? They usually call thing that's called Zenity, right? And you have like Zenity just kind of finds what you have, and it will like launch a message box or a file manager. So this is sort of hacks you have to do on Linux. And Zenity has all sorts of stuff. Zenity has error dialogues. It has calendar actually, so you can do calendar pop-up, which is kind of crazy. And of course, scale? The fuck is scale? The main one people usually use it is for file manager. Yeah, file selection. Yeah, file selection. This is the main one. And people would use what would literally, so the programs that are usually like framework agnostic, they would literally check if Zenity exists, and they would call it in a subshell. Font rendering is not so nice. I wouldn't be surprised if he just didn't want to use direct draw and just used STB true type. I really wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if that's the case. I don't want to claim it, but I wouldn't blame him. Yeah. uh, so this, and I think simp doesn't care about anything else, right? So simp literally only. I need to fix this indentation in Jai mode, but not now. Later. And when you do make current, yeah, you just call the window, and that's it. And we have a config with this stuff. And here, so if Linux, if config, what do we do? Like platform. So here, what we do, if not config platform, then we just do EGL, right? Else, and here we do like if config platform equals EGL. We kind of do the same thing. Else if config platform equals glx, we kind of do like do glx. I have code for glx, it's just in a different folder. I can bring it here. And then actual low-level module, it will just be called EGL create context. And that's it. And the created context, created display surface, and all of this crap, they need to be stored somewhere. And the more I think about it, the more I guess the idea of storing it on the window and on the display is attractive to me. Yeah. Yeah. So we do here, like to do Wayland, right? Because when we have Wayland, we're not gonna have XCB window like at all. Wayland, and also like to do libx11 for glx. Because glx, yeah, because glx will have to interact through libx. Even if we main XCB, we would have to get XCB connection through libx11. So all of that will need to be implemented. And again, I have code for it. It's just in a different folder. I will have to copy it out. Copy it. What do you have? Font rendering on file. Skia has the best font rendering. I think Skia uses free type, if I recall correctly. Actually, if Skia cross-platform, it might be using free type on Linux, and then like direct drawn Windows and like Cocoa or whatever it's called, or core text on Mac OS. When you press alphanumeric keys, Nautilus kicks off a slow recursive search. Nemo just highlights the first match, which is fast. Oh yeah. I use this a lot. Actually, that's a nice feature. Yeah, I use it a lot. Just traverse files. Yeah. Sometimes I'm a lazy bastard and I just click with my mouse like some Windows loser. But when I need to find something quickly, I would type. Yeah. So something like that, and I think that an actual library will just have like EGL create context. This one. And we'll do scope file here. Yeah. I think if I click compile now, everything's gonna break. Well, what's that? Oh yeah. Yeah, oh my god. This is an accidental copy paste. Same shit here. This procedure is missing its body. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I need get proc address too. Fuck. Get proc address will be a procedure pointer that will call. Actually, it might be on window as well. Ha. And then your window, yeah, the window will call. The window struct internally might have the information about OpenGL. Mm, so do I? So do I have these kind of low level like that? Or do I just actually I can just re-export. I can re-export those into hmm. Yeah, I think I should probably just I should probably just copy these here, have them here, and then here. So I want to import OpenGL, but how would I, what would I think about re-exporting stuff? So I can, I can actually do this and then do using only like GL platform, GL client API, and GL config. I can do like this. Uh, GL. I can do it like this, and then so everything who is importing my platform library with the OpenGL flag will have these available. So alternatively, I can require just import OpenGL too. In which case, so yeah, for now, let me just do this. Let me just import OpenGL here. And since simp also imports OpenGL, it will have access to those. And this actually further somewhat mimics GLFW API with kind of, let me show you, very explicit usage of GLAD, right? So when you use GLFW, GLFW doesn't give you the function definitions for OpenGL. So the example would import GLAD separately, and it would also load functions from GLAD separately, like this, by providing the procedure pointer. So for now, let's just follow. Yeah, let's say just follow the example. Uh, yeah. Hmm. And this will give you like a very low level view into it. So this is not interesting anymore, right? So let's say someone says OpenGL create context. It gives it the window and a config is from here. And then, so on Linux, we do this. And we actually need to probably still do this dispatch. And I would say that yeah, so this has to stay here. And create context probably should, yeah. All right. Wait. So my idea is, why am I kind of, what am I thinking about? The way it works in Jai right now, so why I didn't like Jai's OpenGL module, let me show you. I did it multiple times already, but new people might be watching, so I'm gonna repeat myself. It's not a big deal. So Jai has OpenGL module built in. And so the way it works, it has all of this functionality. It has like load, and it also has, it has create context functions. For Windows and for Linux, it actually has JLX. So first kind of red flag for me is that it forces JLX on Linux. And second kind of like red flag for me is that not only it forces JLX on you on Linux, it also requires you to use X11 module that ships with Jai because, well, obviously, fuck, where is it? Where does it do it? So it doesn't do it here. Where the fuck does it do it then? So it uses X global disp. It must be doing it here. Yes. Look at this. So if we're on Linux, it will import X11, and it will also link. So it will not statically, it will dynamically link against system libgl version, which you really don't want to do. Like, you really don't want to do it on Linux. And even more so, to add an insult to the injury, if you go to X11 module, at the very bottom, well, this kind of repeats, right? It does libgl, but what this does is that it will force linking against libglx2. So if you use Jai built-in modules to do OpenGL on Linux, it will just always link against libgl and libglx, and you just literally can't escape that. Which means if you create a cross-platform application for Linux, and when I say cross-platform, I mean something that supports both Wayland and X11, you force these X11 dependencies onto Wayland program that doesn't need them necessarily, right? And so idiomatic way to create a graphical application on Linux is to not link against any OpenGL library at all. Everything you need, you have to load at runtime. And this is what my own OpenGL bindings generator does. It is very opinionated about not linking against anything. Everything you do, you must load yourself. Hence, we have a loader here. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Here, yeah. We have separate load extensions and load procs, but what it will do, it will literally call DL open. And on Windows, when I implement Windows version, it will do, it's like open library. I think it's called open library or something. I forgot what it's called on Linux, but this shit. This shit, but Win32 version. So I hope the explanation makes sense. TLDR, I don't use Jai module because first, it imports platform modules. Second, it forces me to link against libraries I might not want to link against. And in my OpenGL module, I wanted not to carry any platform-specific types if I can help it. So my plan is to have all platform-specific thing in my windowing library. And my windowing library will deal with like XCB and display. And if I can, I want to pass it as a void pointer and as, like integers. So in reality, this window handle is, it's like XID in libx11 terms, and in terms of XCB, it's like XCB underscore window underscore T. But my OpenGL library only sees it as U64, which means that it stays platform header independent. And so in theory, what you should be able to do is you should be able to use my OpenGL bindings generator / loader with any like custom platform layer. So it will be kind of like GLAD, but it will also let you create context. So GLAD only loads procedure pointers. And I want to add an ability to create context here. If it won't work, I will move all the context creation into my platform layer and leave all the platform dependent stuff here and only use my OpenGL library as a loader / generator. And then it will be literally like GLAD. So I hope it makes sense. For now, I want to have context creation functionality here because it might be useful for many other different platform layers. So this, what libname do you usually pass? This is a good question. And the answer is usually you pass this. So you pass the platform one, libegl, or libglx, or it's libegl or libglx. Hey, Siva Machine, hello. Welcome to the stream. This is for platform specific, and for actual OpenGL, you just pass libgl. And actually, libgl vnd, which is like a loader, it usually masks, yes, you pass libgl. And what you will have is that under the hood, this will most likely hit libgl vnd. Let me show you what I mean. If I look at user library libgl, I will have here, let me increase the font. Let me do like ls-l. So they are, yeah. So you will have libgl regular, which is, you see, it's very small, right? And you would also have libgl mesa, which is actually big. And if you say libgl, libgl, let me do libgl dot, like this, yeah. So you will have, this is the one, big one, right? And what they usually do is that the glvnd thing, as far as I know, I might be mistaken, but I think what they do is they mask itself for one of these. and you load this and you start interacting with it, and it would silently give you procedure pointers from this one, from an actual driver. And then when you get and then you can use your get proc address on libgl, which will sort of always uh, give you the correct procedure pointers. At least to my knowledge, that's how it works on Linux now. And glvd stuff, I think it's here, as far as I know. I might be mistaken, but I think that's how it works. Right? Because you have this one that is small and the actual one that is big. You can, I mean, you can verify it by looking at as trace and see who loads who, but I haven't done it myself. Also, I guess what I need to do is like use glass if a user, yeah, makes some sense. Yeah, I again, I'm not entirely sure that this is exactly how it works, but I think that's how it works. You can do like Pac-Man. Yeah, you can do it like this, and you can check, I think, who owns it. Yeah, you see? So libgl is actually owned by libglvnd. And if you do the same with is it not? Okay, so libgl, yeah. If you do the same thing but with Mesa, you see, and this one is an actual driver, Mesa. You see, so I think that confirms what I just said. So this sneaky motherfucker is just a loader, and this one is an actual driver. So idiomatically, you would do this one, and the loader will handle it for you. And if we do the same thing with libgl, because yeah, you know, Pacman lets you see who owns. Yeah, you see. This one is also installed by glvnd. So you kind of supposed to work with this one, and internally, I wonder what actually it will. I wonder what it will use under the hood. You know, it might just straight up use one of these. It might actually straight up use one of these again. It's not the biggest. 3 to 6. This one is actually quite big. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Hope it makes sense. At least this is how it works on Arch. And also another thing I kind of found out the hard way is that you really want to pass library names that are versioned. Because for example, on Fedora, you don't have this file. You only have this. Yeah. So what do we have here? Right, so we get XCB window for now, it's kind of hard coded. We have display. And then we want to just straight up pass it here. But we also do type erasure. And I think that is fine. Yeah, as far as I know, this is fine. So, so gl create context. And actually, oh, 1 second. it might be something important. I just got a message that I might need to. Yeah, no, no, it's not important. It's literally fucking spam. Maybe I still have these. Yep. So why am I blanking at this? Because both EGL and GLX, they will have display and window, but WGL, it will only have window handle. So if you go here and go back at right, so this one have, oh, actually GLX only has window type. Because another kind of thing that I don't like is that libx11 on Jai kind of like exposes global display, which technically you can have multiple display connections, blah blah blah. And this one has a window handle. And also something, the fuck is it's a share context. Yeah, because on Windows you can have like a share context that you created before, and they, I think, share some like resources. It's kind of done that you, so you can compile shaders in the background or something. Debian version files are provided by package and the non-version by package dev. I see. I don't know. I think on Jai you don't usually have dev and non-dev packages. I never liked this shit on Debian-based distros that you have to install dev packages separately. To me, it's very stupid. Just install. I just want to install shit, and if it installs some C headers, like who fucking cares? Uh, Although Jai kind of has like debug symbols installed separately, so, but it's not the same thing, right? It's not entirely the same thing. But yeah, so maybe actually OpenGL loader will have these separately. So yeah. It's hard. Well, yeah, maybe I won't be able to escape importing like platform specific shit here in OpenGL. Um, you know what? I already kind of do. So if I go to modules and OpenGL, oh, I don't do it here, right? I did type erasure, but this is my new OpenGL module that I need to use, and in generated GLX, I have some X11 specific types, but you see what I did? I just literally took X11 types and I pasted them here with like a generator program. And maybe they will clash, maybe they won't clash. I think they shouldn't, but I would really have to see if they will. Yeah. So my desire for this loader is to not have to import any like platform specific crap. But I don't know how achievable it is. Anyway, so maybe I can have platform create context because everything will have like a different, everything will have different parameters. I mean, I can have them be overloaded. So it could be, so GL create context could accept platform specific, right? And then all of this, blah, 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 and then config. Ooh, accidentally pressed page up. I wanted to press enter. and page down is kind of near it. And config gel config. We can maybe do this. And what is gonna return? So it will going to return a bunch of these nuts. So it's gonna return context fbconfig and like whatever this is, EGL glx. Yeah, you know what? You know what? So maybe these actually do not belong here. Hey, null ref. Yeah, I kind of did, you see? So I can, it's just, the type is kind of annoying here because, so it is EGL display when we do EGL, but it will be JLX display when we return JLX. And on Windows, there is no display at all. We would have like WGL context and config, and that's it. Also, why would you return MSA here? It's like simp API. So you can have a struct here, but then this struct will be platform specific, and it will either be like a very sparse struct. So it could be, you know, like GL context result. What I'm thinking about is it can be, brother, are you okay? Result struct. It can be something like EGL display, you know, then EGL window. Then it can be like JLX display, right? JLX display is actually not a real type, but just imagine WGL window. It can be like this, and then a bunch of them will be null, and the one you have will be set. So you can do this. And then your create context will just return GL context result. You just do this. I would probably make an enum of all possible display types, another for Win. Yeah, I kind of have it here, right? So I have platform WGL, EGL, GLX, NSGL. I have client API, and I have config. So I kind of have it. And this config arrives at GL create context. So maybe that's what you're talking about. But returns are also different. And I can do this. I can certainly do this. And it can be, you know, it can also be if OS, right? It can be this, right? Like else if OS. It can absolutely be this. Does Jai have pattern matching? Not in the same case, in the same terms as Rust has. No, Jai doesn't have anything like if let like a equals, right? It doesn't have this. And then you have like match, like foo. I don't remember exact like syntax. I don't remember, but something. Yeah, Jai doesn't have this. So you need to if case on the some kind of tag explicitly. Jai does have compile time polymorphism though, so you can actually have multiple GL create context, and for example, you can do EGL context result. Here you can do like GLX context result. And here you can have like GLX platform specific, and right, you can do it like this actually. So Jai has polymorphism depending on return types. So you can do this. You can even do this too. You can even do it like this, and those both are kind of valid, as far as I remember. But yeah. This is valid. This should be valid. And on the receiving end, you just need to like, right, and then Jai will know what to return to you. So I think that will work. It definitely works with multiple return types. uh, that's what SDL does, except if defs. Yeah, so something like this, right? Because these, they can't be compile time. On Linux, this has to be runtime. I recently had an annoying experience with SDL because Fedora KD has SDL compat package that's a bunch of shit depends on that only built for X11, and I was trying to get a handle. Yeah. Yeah. And so it would give you like compat SDL by default. Or something. Mm. So this platform specific for example, let me just think about it. So specific, it's gonna be something like, um, right, so if OS, it will be display is a void pointer, and under the hood is like either or connection T pointer. Either this or that. Is it? Yeah. So either this or that. Yeah. So I think it's a pointer. And then window, which is like U64, which is either XID or XCB window T. And so what it actually is, you don't know. That's the great thing about it. So you don't actually know what it is. Um, mm, and you actually have to have a tag. So uh, like platform, it has to be, it actually has to be this. So it has to be this. So then you will know, oh, you know what? What it actually has to have. If this is EGL, you actually have to know, if it's EGL, it has to know if it's XCB, if it's libx11, or if it's Wayland. Shit. Void is terrifying. It's fine. So this is actually where manual so what it would be in Rust, right? In Rust, it would still be void pointer under the hood. But pattern matching would automatically match on this platform and cast it to one of these, right? So in Rust, the compiler will generate this code automatically. And you would just do something like if let platform, and you would do something like case or is it match. Don't like uh like X11, and you would have, and here you would have everything automatically correctly casted to proper types here. So in Java you have to do this manually. Yeah, type variant stuff. Yeah. Yeah, so it would be something uh like GL platform, like I don't know, X11, and then you know display, and this shit would be correctly casted to this, whatever. But in Java you need to do it manually. So in our case, we would have platform that is this, and it could be none. Hey Lars, what's up? Super fantastic memory. Yes, someone tweeted today, I think it was Tsoding, that Rust is that kind of safe language that would rather launch nukes than allow, like buffer overrun. Referring to recent CloudFront outage, where they like shut down one of the services with unchecked unwrap, because like memory that they got was like incorrect, and it caused runtime panic, which brought fucking half of the internet down, but in a safe way. Very important. Yeah. I think this is possible to do. Nobody forced. Yeah. Before we continue, hey Diggle, uh, this is not a Rust thing. Before we continue, this would happen like literally this style of programming would cause exactly the same thing on all programming languages, because it's just plain assert. It's literally just assert that fired. I guess the main criticism here is that Rust calls it unwrap, instead of or panic, right? If it would have been called or panic, maybe the programmer thought twice. So yeah, it's not Rust related at all. Like this shit would have blown up in literally all programming languages. Yeah, it's just very easy to pick on Rust because there are so many people who are like Rust cultists. They will like run around and yell that Rust solves $1 billion problem, right? Which is like a null pointer exception. And this unwrap, it's pretty much like a null pointer exception, kind of, right? It has different semantics, but it leads to the same result. So it's just like Aceton, Huyarch, yeah, Huyarch. So it's just like it creates a very easy Twitter engagement bait kind of uh, environment, that is very easy to exploit, which a lot of people do, which I actually don't like. I'm, as a certified Rust hater, I really hate when people pick on Rust for wrong reasons, because this make kind of all people who don't like Rust look like fucking clowns, right? So I don't really want to criticize Rust for the right reasons, because there are like 100 clowns who like, oh, fucking furry trans lesbian use Rust. So I just don't want to be associated with them. So sometimes I just prefer not to talk about Rust like at all because no, I'm not like that. I'm not like those guys. Sometimes they still do. That's right. I found a funny Reddit post by the Rust author that disavows half of the Rust evangelist cult. Yes, exactly. And this is the right thing to do, by the way. This is the right thing to do when you're only interested in technical discussion. You need to shut down all of the fucking religious arguments right away. You have to disavow it really quick because there are people who will unironically say that using C++ is human rights violation because C++ has buffer overruns. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Let's check the paste bin. Uh, But I don't think Rust is the last or only language that needs to exist. Indeed, I think there's quite a lot of work left to do on languages before anyone could credibly argue such thing about any language. I've always been a language pluralist. Picture my relationship towards languages like a kid enjoying a wide variety of building blocks, musical instruments, or plastic dinosaurs. Yikes, plastic. And I don't think evangelism or single language puritanism, that's a great word, is especially helpful. Yes, this is a very healthy take. Like based. What was the thread? Why Graydon Hoare, the author of Rust, stopped contributing into it and switched to Swift. I didn't. It was 8 years ago. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, that's a big ass answer. But yeah. But yeah, he's absolutely right. He's 100% based and right about this. Yeah, and so since there are so many religious cultists that use Rust, it creates this kind of environment when it becomes way too easy to pick on them, and some people take it too far because when there is religious people that are pro something, there will always be religious people that are against this thing. So you have people who will do like they will compile hello world in Rust and 3 MB bloat, and that's the level of arguments we're talking about, which is just fucking stupid. Yeah, especially on Twitter, right? Twitter, even though Twitter lets you pay money to write big posts, nobody does it because when you write long post on Twitter will still hide it. And people are too lazy to click on the three dots. So people will still default to just like Rust bad, 3 MB, C good, 15K, yeah. I have the best argument against Rust, it's cringe. Yeah. At least this you understand what person is saying, right? There's no argument, it's just I don't like Rust. It's like, okay, bro, you do you. But then but then people post stupid shit like like the example I had, and yeah. Mm, mm. Yeah, okay. So that will be the idea. Back to this thing before I'm gonna end soon. I'm not gonna really like finish this, but I want to outline the API that I want to I want to experiment with at least, because I don't know if it's gonna work. If it's not gonna work, I will just have three different functions for EGL, GLX, WGL, and I'll just be very explicit about it, right? But I want to experiment with a single like kind of polymorphic call that will not have any platform specific stuff on it explicitly. Um, hey Patroclos, hello, welcome. The bloat argument is real, although the bad thing oftentimes is not so much the size of the binary, but the ever-growing hidden folder of intermediate binaries. Yes, yes, this is a big issue. This is the big issue because for those languages, compilers are very slow, so they try to cache a lot of things. Yes, so Zig compiler is slow, Rust compiler is slow, so they will create huge fucking binary cache that will grow out of control. Jai doesn't have it, so Jai compiler is very fast. On my computer, it compiles something like it's either 150k lines per second or 200k lines per second, I forgot. And it always compiles from scratch. So every time you press compile, it always recompiles standard library as well. So there is no binary cache at all. And every time I compile this program, when it compiles, now it's broken because I'm in the middle of refactoring, but when I compile, it takes like a second. And this is including like LLVM backend and stuff like that in debug mode. So yeah, that's why you don't have this binary cache issue with Jai. You don't need to cache anything because when you're fast, right? So I mean, yeah. But yeah, I agree with you that it's not the issue with result in binary size. This is kind of a separate story with compiler speed, which is actually a valid technical criticism of any compiler, not only Rust. Com file in 21H. Yeah. Yeah. That's why these binary comparisons are kind of stupid, because you can always strip everything down. It just literally comes down to compiler defaults, right? Because why is Rust so big by default? Because first, it statically compiles Rust standard library in. Second, it it compiles with debug info by default. So with very big stack trace, with array bounds check, yeah. And if you tell Rust C, give me dynamically linked standard library instead, boom, now it's suddenly less than C. Yeah. And why are there 600 binaries? Why are there 9 million packages, each of them being 30 lines of code? Because Rust is very slow. And if you make your package more than 30 lines of code, it takes too long to compile. You know, that's why. Yeah. That's why they do it. People will claim that, oh, we like micro crates because they are composable. No, the real reason why Rust crates are so small is because compiler is very slow. That's why. Um, so yeah, this is what we do. We will have, let me remove this. We have GL platform, which is, this is the Linux specific EGL or GLX. We will also have like OS platform, right? Like OS platform. I don't know, for the lack of a better word, I don't know how else to call it, but and it's gonna be an enum. So and it will be either Win32. This one can't actually be none, right? So one, let's just call those. Then it's gonna be Linux lib x11, Linux xcb, Wayland. Wayland technically is not restricted to Linux, so I don't want to do Linux Wayland. This also, so I just do libx11 xcb, right? So 2, 3, 4, and this doesn't have null. So this is something you actually need to explicitly provide. So you have none. I can just do this. OS platform, Wayland, and Mac. So do you need something different for Android? Does Android need something special? I need to just look it up how Jai does it. I generally, I guess I need to just figure out what to do on Android at all. I have an Android phone actually, so I can set up Android development environment and try to port this library to Android. It should be, I might even stream it because I mean this sounds like fun content. Maybe not. Maybe I will regret it, but yeah. And so platform specific is actually gonna be so it's gonna be like GL platform and it's gonna be OS platform, which is OS platform. And OS platform is actually gonna be here as the very first one. And GL platform is gonna be here. Whatever Wayland has. Right. Right, so we have actually also void pointer, you know. It's gonna be but it's gonna be type deft. So yeah, it's just let's just delete it and so this one will be void u64 and we just kind of know what to cast it to. Yeah. Yeah, how about this? And then jailcreate context, it actually just straight up accepts these. And then it will do if OS equals Linux, else if Windows, right? And then we do OS plot. So we can do like using on it, and then if OS platform equals like case XCB, right? XCB, for example. Then if config platform equals like case dot egl, we just do egl create context. And then we actually call to this one. So this is our libgl VND. And then, so case XCB, we do this. And this is actually semicolon here. Then case, this is a dot, lib x11. And case Wayland. That's literally it. And here's like WGL create context. Right. And this is a compile time if. So this is the plan. I would watch that. I'd like to have an NDK dev env that doesn't require Android Studio, where I can just plop my already working C++ OpenGL app in a subdir or something, change some build system defines, and compile with make. Actually, so there are a couple people who actively do Android dev for Jai, and one of them, I think one of them did something like that for Jai. He has like a tool chain that lets you build Jai applications for Android without having Android Studio. So maybe before I go into Android situation, after I implement this exact code path, I might ask him, or just look in the server if it's just posted somewhere, and then we'll figure it out. And case.glx. So first case none. Right, so figure out the default. Yeah. And yeah, none. GL platform. OS platform. If OS platform equals case XCB, so first of all, case none log error, right? Setting OS platform on platform specific is required on Linux. So it should be required on Linux. It should be required on Linux X11. Yeah, on just on on Linux on X11. It should be required on X11 because on X11 we can have libxcb, libx11, and depending on that, in case of EGL, we actually initialize context in a different fucking way. Yeah. Also, I think case JLX might only be here. So even if we use XCB internally, JLX always needs display in window from libx11, so maybe we can just ban this case. But yeah, we will, you know, we will figure it out. Right, case JLX, and here like case EGL. right? Uh, Decide what to, not even here, it's gonna be like here. Fucking Linux, man. Look at just how much effort it takes to make graphics work on Linux. It's fucking insane. I hate it. Yeah. Decide what to do with XCB plus GLX. Um, if you want GLX plus on XCB, you need to use libx11 anyway to open the display and then get XCB connection out of it. So maybe for OpenGL module, we just say that we don't care if your platform uses XCB internally, and say that if you want GLX, then OS platform can't be XCB, just to be safe. Because like alternatively, we could see, or if, platform XCB and we have GLX, we might still try to cast to X display and X window. We can still do it. We're just kind of like, oh, I assume. Is there no right simple way to git ignore executables? It's fucking annoying, and yes, there is no right way. Because git ignore, as far as I know, it's just literally string like includes. Yeah. Well, you know what you can do. You can output your executables in like /bin, right? And then you can git ignore bin. That's what people usually do, I think. Yeah. Hey, Purge, hello. Hello, hello, hello. So I think that's what we're gonna do. This is kind of our way. And then GL context result. And then GL context result, it can be like a tagged union, right? So GL context result, load platform, this, I will need this, but it has to be down below. Yeah. So I like how it looks like. If I'll be able to pull this off without too much pain, then we're actually balling. This means I can create context and load without users needing to import like libx11 or XCB explicitly, which will be super fucking nice, like super fucking nice. The only thing that might be painful is that I would have my type defs here, so I would have this here. And in my platform layer, I would have the same exact type definitions. And I wonder if Jai will just accept them, or I will have to like autocast them. I actually don't know. And I want to keep those modules decoupled because again, somebody might want to use this OpenGL module with SDL, for example, and just use it as literally as GLAD. And I want to support that use case as well. To vendor lock all Jai programmers. But yeah, like try EGL, then try GLX. If EGL doesn't work, something like this. But I'm working on Windows and Linux, so I don't want to have to separate. Yeah, I mean, you can output Windows executables to bin as well, right? It's just one of those situations where, oh, one operating system is stupid, so I must, I just change my workflow. Yes, yes. I just have to conform. It's exactly the same situation as in Jai. So if you go to uh, uh, window creation module, where is it? Uh, is it? No, it's input module. I think it's input module. Yeah, look at this. This just so we can ask exists context input handler on every operating system, but it's only here for Windows. Yay! So entire module has to do this because because of default window, because of the window proc, right? Because on Windows, for those who don't know, you can't just have your event loop in a loop. You have to have Windows proc. And on Windows, what they do is this. Look at this passive aggressive comment. That's why I like John so much, because you can see if you're Microsoft Windows trademark, the way events work is you create a window of a certain window class, and that window class designates the window proc that handles input. So for these modules to see events, the window must be created with that window proc as an argument. We could make it as a requirement that any module that opens Windows on any operating system takes a handle to the input module, but that would be imposing a constraint on all programs everywhere, just because Microsoft Windows is being dumb. Yeah. And if you follow that philosophy for everything, you make people deal with the superset of all constraints on all operating system, which is a disaster. So we insulate the complication to Windows only. We put my window proc on the context, and anyone who wants to open Windows on Microsoft Windows operating system can look in the context and see if it is there. If not, they can use a default proc. If you want to replace the window proc with your own, you can set context window proc before calling create window. And yeah, they do this. Input handler, yeah, window proc allocator. Yeah, so this is how John does it, to decouple input module from window creation. And this is, I guess, so in your case, you can do that, but you can, you can just say, okay, on all operating system, we create our executables in a bin directory and deal with it. Yeah. I actually, not gonna lie, I actually like the fact that Windows has an extension on executables. I mean, you can also have Linux executables have exe extension, and it's fine and valid. You can also do this. You can generate your Linux executables with that exe extension. The only potential issue here is that if somebody tries to double click on the executable on a Linux distro, maybe that Linux distro file manager has XDG open priority which would look at an extension and tries to open your executable with wine, that might actually be an issue. So even though it's valid, you can have edge cases like this. And here we just call EGL create context. Yeah. And let's think before we go, because it's already 2 a.m. Before we go, let's think about this. So GL context result. First, it also will have to do, it will have to do this. And this is literally kind of like if defs in SDL. I think maybe instead of doing if def inside, I can do it on the outside because I don't really like these if defs. Yeah. And also, you see how this OS platform, it's literally there, it's literally here only because of Windows, only because of Linux, sorry. Right? So I literally only need this because of Linux. So maybe what I can do is I can just have it on Linux. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. Let me do if defs for now. Actually, actually, yeah, I think I saw GLVR or something in your Emacs earlier. We'll also watch you doing GLVR on Android. Apparently the cardboard API is still a thing. Really? Uh, so it's not a file. Uh, but there is like VR, yeah, example VR, JVR. It is Android. Does it have OpenGL? XR? It doesn't have OpenGL. And if I go GL here, has Nintendo SDK and does have Android. It doesn't have anything about Android. You see, it doesn't have anything about Android. But if you go to SIMP and backend GL, you have EGL create window here. EGL create context, but I think EGL create context, it is in Android EGL, you see, and it literally, yeah, this is what it does. It just is isolated, and it's isolated into its own module EGL that has Android specific thing. And look at this. It doesn't even bother with like void pointers or anything. It just say, I am an Android native window. Fuck you. No Linux for you, bitch. And I think it does OpenGL ES, right? Yeah, ES3. Yeah. Yeah. And bindings itself, yeah. It just has EGL. Actually wonder where does it get, how does it load GL then? Do you not have to load? Wait, do you not have to load? Huh. Do you not have to load OpenGL proc pointers on Android? Are they just straight up available? Interesting. There's also glass here. Ah, there you fucking go. So maybe you have no, this is like kind of main generate. So what does this do? Okay, no, this just generates bindings. Core module, audio, EGL. Oh. No, this just generates bindings. This just generates bindings for EGL and glass too. Oh, there you go. There you fucking go. GL visitor. Is the no. This is for bindings generator again. That's different. So do you literally not need to do it? This is a software renderer. Yeah, I guess I will have to wait and see if that just works. Interesting. But yeah, regardless. Let me close all of that. This, yeah. And again, what I want probably want to do is do if OS equals Linux, and then not do any of these. Like this, because I don't really like internal if defs on Linux when you have like a big abstract and it has all of these if defs and you just can't like, oh, is this field on Linux, is this field on Windows? So I would rather just fucking copy paste it, unironically. And maybe don't impose Linux API constraints, Linux bullshit here. Just have, actually, no. Windows will still have platform specific. It will still have a window which is handle, and it might also have like share context. Yeah. I was just thinking, maybe I don't need platform specific on Windows at all. No. I still need it. I just don't need these two. I just don't need these two. Yes. So it's gonna be. Do I leave it for symmetry? Mondays with OpenGL ES version and extensions has to be supported. Maybe, I don't know. I actually I know absolutely like zero about Android programming. Besides, I way back in the days I did some like Android tutorials before Android Studio even existed. Back then you have to you would have to use Eclipse based Android IDE, so that's how long we're talking about. So I don't know. Like I'm really conflicted right now if I should rename it to, like Linux platform or something, or like Unix platform, right? Because XCB, this can also be on FreeBSD too, right? And just like delete these. I can also call it like bullshit platform. And that will correctly describe my feeling about it. Yeah. Uh, yeah, I guess just let's leave it for now. Let me completely remove it. Document why we need this due to Linux bullshit. Yeah. So for Linux, we need this. And we don't need GL platform. So GL platform, we don't need. GL platform will be on the config. Yeah, GL platform will be here on GL config. So we only need OS platform. So this is kind of like a tag. And then by looking at this tag, we need we know what to cast these to. Yeah, and then context result. Right. Again, OS platform. I guess we have to do this. And then this one will be context. Oh, shit. Let me do it like a void pointer. And then FB config void pointer. Holy shit, streak! Hey, Lada. Hello, hello. What else do we return here? Yeah, and we do display surface context config. Yeah. Trrr. What else? So simp wants MSAA for some reason. For some reason, it wants MSAA. Why does it want it? And it sets it on the info. How does it use info MSAA? It does prepare window. Who uses prepare window? Optional call to override defaults. Oh, but who even uses info MSAA? Nobody fucking uses. Doesn't anyone use it like externally? No. Maybe just MSAA? Not really. So it's not needed. It's literally not needed. Aha, so on other operating system, MSAA value. So this is for on Linux, we need to pass MSAA value to create window. This is actually not true. This is actually not true. This is only true if you use JLX and you don't want to create fake windows. Like, this is incorrect. I understand why whoever was writing this example thought like this, because Linux is fucking bullshit. And it makes you think you need to pass a visual together with the window, but you actually don't have to. And you only know it if you possess a sacred Linux bullshit knowledge that nobody wants to know. And in an ideal world, nobody would need to know this. Anyway, on other operating system, MSA value need to be passed to create context. So we need to have an extra step here if you want MSAA. I see. So this is just an example of, yeah, this is just an example. Okay. So what this tells me is that you might want to know MSAA for some. I know. I think I know. So on, yeah. So the way it usually works is that you say I want MSAA 8, and then when you create context, you don't necessarily get 8. You would usually get 8 or bigger. And maybe you want, okay, I requested 8, what I actually got, right? Yeah. So maybe that's why you might need to know to look at it. But nobody uses it. Linux is open source, yet everything seems like a treasure. Exactly, yes. Because it is open source. You can find how everything works, but there's just too much source. And nothing is some things are documented very well. I mean, I shouldn't say nothing is documented. It lacks nuance, but yeah, a lot of things are not documented, so you have to go on a treasure hunt or talk to the experts. Sometimes even when you look at the code, you still can't figure it out because it packs some like historical context that just is not documented. And so you don't know why something like it is, and you just people just start cargo culting, and this is where things like that come from. You just go for examples how to create OpenGL window on Linux, and 99 examples out of 100 you see how JLX visual gets passed into the window creation, and it contains MSAA on it, and you think this is the only way you can do it. Because if I let me show how window creation is implemented in GI distribution, right? You have like wanted default MSAA, and here, right, you kind of have to pass this visuals. This is wanted MSAA, it uses in GL examples, and then this other, it gets passed into GLX choose visual, and then you create color map with this visual, and then this color map gets passed into set window attributes, and then this thing gets passed into create window. And this is really how most examples for Linux look on the internet, and you just find like 3 of them, and oh well, I guess this is how I have to do it, right? But idiomatically, I fucking hate this word, that's why I air quoted. You just create a fake window, then you destroy it, and then you have a visual that you just like that you can pass into other window. And yeah, you wouldn't use libx 11, and in xcb you literally don't have to do this. So yeah, it's also because of libx 11 API. It's kind of bullshit. That is all I want to say. But to me, it seems like nobody really uses this MSAA anywhere. It's like, yeah, maybe you want to provide it, but you definitely don't want to just like return it here. You would probably put it on a result, on a context result. Maybe you don't need OS platform too. Yeah, I think so. It's just, you would just say you give us platform specific, and we do our best to adhere to it. So when you get it back, you have context fb config, you have display and a window. So in our case, it's like EGL surface or it's like GLX window, same thing. So display window, we can call it surface. EGL surface or GLX window. This is how it's called, right? No? Yeah, GLX window. This is how it's called. Yeah, GLX window. Um, and this is EGL display or I think GLX drawable. Is it not? I actually forgot what's the difference between. This might be like a PIX buffer, maybe. Yeah, so display. I think EGL display is actually either this or just it's like it's just this one too, but casted. Right. So do we need this? Check if EGL just casts this to EGL display or address is actually different. Yeah, this is gonna be one of these gel context FB config. It's, you know, one of these. Then let's return MSA that you got. MSAA is gonna be, what's the type? Is it U32? Ah, it's S. Why is it S32? Samples. It's GL. No, where is it? Render buffer storage. It's GL size I. I think size I is an unsigned one, right? It is. Oh, really? Ah, yeah. It says I. It literally says I. So it is signed, yeah. Just in case, GL size I. Why isn't GL size I defined as unsigned? Uh, yeah, basically, yes, okay. This is because in C you will like underflow if you do it in unsigned. So I guess that's exactly why historically they do it. Well, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I should probably return it as not as S32, but maybe I should just straight up return it as this. What do you think? Is it a good idea or not to return it like this? And then everybody who needs to use it will have to fucking cast it to 32-bit integer. Um, let's be conservative and just do like a. Should we maybe return it as, you know, instead? Yeah, and then you need to return actual major minor, and then major. Is it U16? Uh, major. Ah, there's only two major. I guess I need to do here major version. So it's EGL int, and EGL int is S32. So these are also unsigned. Are they always like this? Um, oh, I can get what? The fuck? How do you initialize version? Uh, bro, is it an attribute list? Oh, it's in a fucking attribute. Yeah, it's also S32. Yeah. So this is how you get like a config, and version is an attribute list where you have to do. Yeah, you have to like do major version arb or whatever it is, and it's also S32. Interesting. Most interesting. I mean, it doesn't matter what I do here. I guess the major minor version, they will never be. uh, Why would you even do math on them? What the fuck? Fuck you. Why am I even think about it? Why am I even thinking about it? It's just uh, this happens because of this bullshit. I constantly second guess myself. Actual minor, actual major, major minor, client API, which is GL client API. I need to return what platform I initialized. Yeah, so GL platform needs to be here, right? So whoever created result must know what platform we initialized, because if, for example, you pass none in the config and we picked EGL GLX for you, we just return it to you. You know what we initialized even. Client API, then something else I wanted. Oh, proc address. Yes, 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 yes. This is very fucking important. Platform, display surface, context, FB config, major minor, client API, MSIA. I need to return get proc address. And this is gonna be a type of get proc. And this get proc address, that's the one. There's actually a type of this. Yeah. So this one is gonna be either glx get proc address or egl get proc address or like wgl get proc address, whatever. I think that's the start. This is how we started. So like that, and this is an actual interesting part of it. Anything else we might return? Well, I think this is how we start. And then, and then, and then, and then, and then. Have GL context result. We actually do EGL create context finally, we call this. We call it with like platform specific dot display form specific. We're actually using that, so we just do display window and major minor wanted MSAA. This is just literally config. Yeah, this is just config that we pass here. And by the way, notice how this is not polymorphic. I might get away with a single function that doesn't have to do any sort of compile time polymorphism, which is pretty cool. And the main reason why is because it has like fucking different amount of parameters. But yeah, this is so fucking stupid. I might as well just extract it and GL create Windows bullshit context. Yeah, so display window and just config pass as is. Yeah, EGL create context. This we might remove. Config, yes, yes. And then we have to load the platform. And load platform will do this. So EGL ext procs and that. Yeah, and this is actually next thing I'm gonna do. Yeah, this is next thing I'm gonna do. Of course, if I click compile, we just everything is broken. Oh, okay, caps lock. Everything is broken. Nothing compiles. Oh, case inside a block that's not what? It's literally OS platform equals. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, true. If config platform equals, right? My bad. Yeah. Not all control paths return value. Where's an actual error? Undeclared identifier none. This is here. Just let me. Again, I forgot the dot. If this if Marta's complete, yeah. And this means it wants me to have NSGL. Semicolon, please. And declare the identifier enum. What do you mean want OpenGL? OpenGL. There you go. Okay, now all that yeah, now all that I have is to implement this part. Wait. What is this? Info specific EGL surfers. The fuck is this? Swap buffers. Ah, yeah. So swap buffers also needs to be removed. So this actually needs to be what is finalize present? What the fuck? Oh, this is a sync. Yeah. So, excuse me. This is kind of internal implementation. X11 sync protocol. Hide this behind. Yeah. It's the same thing as you see like flash buffers, kind of the same shit. Yeah, so this needs to be hidden. And EGL swap buffers, this will be again, this needs to be in OpenGL. What do we need here? I guess nothing really, just window. Yeah, window. Window. I don't know, it probably doesn't even return anything. And here it's gonna call finalize present. So you don't actually need to call it here. And swap buffer. This, all of this, you literally do swap buffers and you call it info that window. Yes, no. No, you actually just call window. You don't even. Do you care? Fuck. Hey, Alex, hello. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went well. I'm actually ending soon. Yeah, hello. Yeah. So you get the window, and I think you just call. Yeah, you just call. That's literally all you do. gl.agi. Yep. Info find. So you don't do any of this. This is all here. right? And this swap buffers swap. Oh. It means we need to return it here. So get proc address and also uh, swap buffers. Let me do it slightly more idiomatic. Yeah, so it's gonna be get proc address and also swap buffers. It's gonna be a type that does what? Oh, I think this one is actually, oh, this one is actually different, you know, because it can accept different things depending on operating system. It has to be platform specific. Yeah. Right, and this one has display and drawable and returns nothing. It returns nothing in GLX. So in EGL, it actually accepts the same amount of parameters, but it returns a Boolean. And if we go to Windows, you have swap buffers that also returns Boolean, and it actually accepts HDC. So it's hardware like draw context. I think that's what it's called on Windows. I forgot. I don't exactly remember, but yeah, there you go. So it accepts different amount of parameters and returns different amount of parameters. Fuck me. So we have to like do again E for C plus. We have to do this dance all over again, and even more like fuck. So how do we do it? I mean, I can just have it as a void pointer, and then yeah, uh, who cares? You know, I'll just have it as a void pointer for now, and then we might figure out something better. Swap buffers is gonna be a void pointer. Yeah. Figure out something better. EGL and GLX accept the same amount of parameters, but EGL swap buffers, or it's like EGL swap, what's it called? Buffers returns Boolean, while GLX swap buffers doesn't return anything. I can fake, like I can fake the declaration of GLX swap buffer so it also returns kind of Boolean, and I think it's still gonna work. It will just always return false. Does it really not return anything? It's just so depressing, man. Swap. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's void. So it returns, I mean, it returns void and see that it means it doesn't return anything. Why JLX swap buffers doesn't return anything? Fuck you, AI. I'm not gonna read it. It just makes me depressed. Yeah. I need to figure some. I need to figure out something better than this. I mean, I can. You know, you can just say gel platform equals egl, then you just cast it to the right type. But maybe I can help somehow, because I mean, you know, if I can be more type safe, I can also just do this. I can just do this. I can have pointers for both, and one of them is gonna be null. But this is so fucking stupid. Ah, so fucking stupid. I can also do type erasure on EGL swap buffers. Yeah, we'll think about it later. But anyway, I need swap buffers so that I can, when I create context, right? Kind of here. So I'm not gonna do this. This is gonna be result equals what do they call it? GL create context. And I'm gonna have like platform specific here, right? So this is gonna be so platform specific GL platform specific, and then OS platform equals XCB, something like that. And then display equals display, and then window equals XCB window. I have to do this, and then I pass it here, and then config is gonna be config, right? Like this. I'll just literally pass it as is. I was thinking of something that I had to stop what I'm doing to come back to your stream to ask. What happens if you try to run a function that has compile time code in it, like for type checking or whatever? Does it run in two stages? Well, anything that is in run will going to execute as soon as this function compiles, right? So when compiler gets to compiling this function, it will encounter the run block and it will execute it right away. There is a caveat. Sometimes this run might depend on something else to resolve, and then it's like either will fail or it will run. But there is also thing that you can do this run stallable like this, and then it will wait until whatever is it needs is ready. So you can do this. But then I think when I think you can have nested runs, I'm pretty sure, and they will, like, compiler will flatten them out in some sort of way. You can have nested runs because, when you do run, you can run a function that itself will do run. And I think compiler is just flattens those out, to my knowledge, somehow. But the only thing you can do, you can't control the order of this execution. As in, I think like nested runs will probably run in like turn, but if you have like sibling runs, I don't think you can guarantee which of them will execute first. I'm not gonna check it right now, but yeah, this is allowed. Wait, what? In this case, you won't be able to call the function if the inner run got that the types didn't match. I don't understand what you mean. Not sure what you mean. Maybe can you have some example that does a bit more for context? So you would do something like this. I guess you will have to do it like that. Yeah. Yeah. Um. Yeah, probably this. Then you push it like that and you get result. And then after you get result, I guess you need to return something here. So here we will set a bunch of stuff on the display and the window, and then I guess I might just return like a context here. For example, if I have a function that have meta code inside it to check some feature of the types being passed to it. Otherwise, it tells the compiler that the function errors out or something. Otherwise, I see. Then you try to call this function at compile time with the wrong types. I see what you mean. Yeah, this should just be fine. Right, so what we have like foo, which is like t. Excuse me. Had to sneeze. And then you can call foo with like 5. And then you have like a run block here. And you do something like at compile time, type info. I think you can just do t dot. I think you can just do this. As far as I know, let's try it out. Will it work? Yeah, it will. Yeah, here you have this, and so you can like dereference it, and you will see it's an integer, right? And then you can do something like if ti type not equals integer. You can do like uh, like fuck off. And this is fine, but if we do, then we have fuck off. And let's even do something like this. TI type. This is all at compile time. I forgot to pass. Yeah, fuck off string. Yeah. And for example, then you do something like run, right? Foo with, I don't know, something like bar. And let's remove this. Yeah, you see, you still get fuck off string because it just did that at compile time and it kind of got it correctly. Yeah. So, and you can of course like assert here, right? Ti type equals. No, this doesn't work because yeah, assert is implemented as a closure. You just need to call normal assert, directive assert. Yeah. So you see, you got like compilation exited abnormally. Right, so you got assertion failed at compile time. Hey John, hello, hello. This is just casting syntax. It's the same thing as the same thing. I just cast type to its type info. And it's the same, it's exactly the same thing as just do. It's the same thing. It's just you're allowed to cast type to its type info because type is a constant. So its type info kind of just compiler lets you do that. I could have done this thing and it's, you see the same exact result. Yeah. You can even get back, you can get type from type info, but only at compile time. I hope this answers your question. You can have runs that are nested. Yeah, they resolve just fine. It's just I think the way it works is compiler hits this run procedure. Yeah, yeah. Compiler hits this run procedure. It runs this right away, I think. Right, then this function has to be compiled. It maybe runs it right away, or maybe it waits for it to be compiled. I don't actually know. Maybe it runs it. Maybe it like compiles and runs it right away. So this we don't really know because, well, you would have to look at the source of the compiler to know for sure. And maybe it's explained in how-tos, and maybe I read it but forgot. But yeah. It won't resolve the metacode until the calling side. Again, I'm not sure what you mean. So if I do this, if I do all that, it will still run this, I think. Yeah, so right, so print, right? So you can see it's not running. Since this function is not even run, the compiler just completely ignored its compile time block. Because nobody ever ran this function, you see? So it got completely like that code eliminated. Yeah. So you have to run it in order to this execute. So yeah, I see. So maybe you were asking if this run would just run on its own without these being known. And no. These get resolved correctly. But yeah, I think I'm done for today because this is kind of a nice. This was mostly just architecture, like architecture and API and some code plumbing. But I'm gonna experiment with this API and see how far I can push it. And maybe we'll integrate JLX and see how it goes. Let's maybe find someone to read. I don't know. Do we have anyone like streaming something interesting? Ooh, that was actually a nice stream. Haven't streamed in a while. How do I see? Instantly opening the category, I don't even see like a good rate target. And the category is kind of dead. At this point, the category is always dead. It's like 3 a.m. my time, Americans, I guess. It's either like late for Americans, or it's either too late or too early. So yeah. Somebody streaming Unreal Engine C++. So I guess we can do there. Oh, oh, there's some homebrew situation going on.
Sony like the next day right after we're done. Um, so let's go over the format, right?
Okay, there's some Sega Saturn homebrew demo scene. Hell yeah, let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna rate whoever this is. Never rated them before. Uh, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to hop onto the Twitch chat to join the raid. If not, well, what can you do? Thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate the company. I don't know if I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we will meet, maybe not. Eh. Uh, but yeah. Have a nice rest of your day, and yeah, bye everyone. See you around.
Getting one of these categories. Categories are best original game, best translation patch, best non-translate